What is up, Potato? How you doing? See how messy my hair is? Oh, not too bad. Had a hat on, then I came downstairs and I didn't even see how my hat fucked up my hair. Drops a good amount. Obviously, it could depend on your clear speed and your drop rate. But it's definitely more than Star's End. All these people who are freaking out about BMCs don't realize that they're going to get all the BMCs they need for the new crystals while grinding for the new crystals. Community overreacting? Never. Who could have ever predicted that? The only way that happens is if BMCs go down in price. The thing is even with... If you wanted those things sold, right? Are they called corrupts? Yeah. If you wanted these things sold, they should have made them more than 3 bill. Because the input cost is way higher. Not way higher, but higher than this. So why would anybody craft them to sell them, right? It doesn't make any sense. The 50 magical, or sorry, 300 magical shards. Holy fuck, never mind. Right now, magical shards are worth, actually, their true price is like 30, 40 million silver apiece. So you take the 300, we'll just go with the lower number, times 30 million. That's 9 billion silver worth of magical shards for these. Well, the reason with void crystals was because of the actual drop itself. Magical shards weren't the bottleneck at the time. It was the gems of the void that drove the price up. These don't even take magical shards, so they're completely apples and oranges. Because these were actually profitable to make. People were grinding there to make these to sell them. Because the gems of the void were the bottleneck. And that's what it should be with the corrupted crystals, right? The gluttonies, I just remembered the name. If the gluttonies were the bottleneck and not the magical shards, then people would be making them and selling them. There'd be more people grinding Star's End. Like I said, apples to oranges. Hopefully BMCs stabilize. I personally don't think there's an issue with BMCs myself. I think people are short-sighted and they want their crystals now and they want the BMC market to tank. And I don't think they realize that that hurts them more in the long run. Yeah, but once again, apples to oranges, right? It was still profitable to make them. People have a bad time, a hard time too, with impulse control. They want their silver, they want it now. And most people don't grind a long enough session to have got enough voids in one session to make a crystal and sell it. So instead, at the end of their grind, since they only had maybe 10, maybe 20, they would just sell those. Because they want their silver now. They want to go to town, they want to do a click. But yeah, with BMCs being higher price, there is so much more money to be made than money to be saved for your own individual use. Like, sure, it'll take you a little bit longer to upgrade your crystals and get maybe your 8 monster AP or your I don't even remember the difference between the gluttonies. Like, it's such an inconsequential amount of stat difference, right? Um, is it 3 AP? Yeah. So 3 AP in an environment where everything is capped and people are worried about saving, about having that 3 AP sooner at the cost of losing billions of silver later because they want the magical shard market to be flooded. Yeah, I have more perspective. I agree. I have more perspective. You can make way more money. The thing is, you don't need Hans. Like, you don't need the Han DP ones. It's 150 HP. You don't need 6 Han accuracy crystals. Those come quick. You can mathematically figure out the amount of money, the extra time you have to spend not having them, and then weigh that over the future of, like, let's say you do an average of 10-hour grind a week and you're getting BMCs. You will make way more money in the long run. People, like I said, bad impulse control. They want markets to crash to benefit them now, and they don't realize that the markets being the way they are benefits them 1,000 times more if it stays how they are in the future. But people are short-sighted. Like I said, it all comes back down to bad impulse control. People are absolutely awful at planning for the future and seeing how things in the future affect them. They just want it now. And yeah, I do genuinely believe that a healthier grind market, a healthier grind economy is not forcing people to progress higher, but every spot having a purpose. The fact that your grind is boiled down to how much silver you're making per hour instead of how useful are the things you're grinding is, to me, far worse. Yeah, I personally don't see a problem in that, Iana. I think there should be purposes to spots. They should have kept it only Dark Seekers for enhancement materials. So if you want to go make money, you go to Dark Seekers. They should have made it so, like, there's a region specifically dedicated to Kafirs, specific regions for like different materials. So you have a reason to go to different spots. Instead of everybody funneling in the top end spot, the market dictates how profitable spots are. I think that's a much more healthy economy for the game. No, it doesn't make sense with hard AP caps. It doesn't. That's why I'm against hard AP caps. And I'm against them flooding markets through events. I think it completely destroys the possibility of that ever happening, both those things. I don't think it's an issue that Dark Seekers, even though it's like, what, 2-3 years old now, if you only got stacks from there and that spot was competitive with Zephyros and whatnot because people wanted to go there and grind it, right? Because they either needed the stacks or they enjoy it. I think that's a good thing. I look back in the past, back in the Valencia days, we're talking 2017, like a lot of the Valencia grind spots, in term like you didn't look at grind spots in terms of silver per hour. You would look at it like trash per hour, so you can compare from person to person and see, okay, who's grinding faster or whatnot. But you didn't really look at grind spots as silver per hour. You would go out to crescents because you needed crescent rings. You would go to bassies because you needed bassy belts. You would go out to centaurs because you needed centaur belts. You would go out to cadres because you needed cadre rings, right? All of these places had purposes, and you would go out there so you could get the bases so you could do your clicks. And it made this whole region feel so much more alive. Obviously, some were more popular than others. There's obviously not going to be as many people searching for evasion accessories, right, as there are people searching for AP. But it did create this environment where people had purposes to go to different spots, right? And I felt like that made the game feel more alive. But now with the way that they've designed PvE, they've now just everybody, what's the best silver per hour? Funnel into that spot. All we got to do is make as much silver per hour. And because of that, people get mad when things aren't buyable on the market because they're grinding silver to buy things and those things aren't buyable, right? They've created in my opinion, a worse environment. Now, back to the old environment, I think there was an issue there with the market caps. I think some spots felt terrible because those items were in extremely high demand, but the market cap for those items was set way too low. So I think that there should be like instead of you just going out to grind something because you need it, I think you should also want to go out there and grind it because other people need it, right? And if you increase market caps, it allows spots that have items that are desirable by other people, but maybe not by you. It allows you to go to those spots, a spot that maybe you really enjoy, and grind those items and sell them to other people and make a profit off of it, right? Yeah. And the thing is, too, with Dark Seekers, it has a lot of potential to increase, right? If they increase the max price of magical shards, if they increase the max price of, sorry, not increase the max price, but stop flooding the market with stacks, then hungers could go up to max price. And now you wouldn't feel so bad going to Dark Seekers. But now they have this weird mentality where they're like, no, we don't want you to stay in a spot you enjoy. Get your fucking ass out of here and go to the high end spot where we told you to grind. And I think that's terrible. Like, you're forcing people to go out of places they enjoy to go to places that they potentially don't enjoy. Like, what the fuck is that? I think that's terrible game design. Yeah. Well, the thing is people don't realize that they were advocating for this, right? Everybody was preaching, we want grind balance, we want grind balance. We don't like the fact that this class is grinding 40% faster than my class or whatever, right? And they don't realize that there's two ways to accomplish that. You either try to balance all the classes perfectly, and that's impossible. That's an impossible task without removing class diversity, right? Because there's so many different factors. A lot of people think it's just about adjusting the damage numbers of each class. It's not that simple. There's pack-to-pack movement speed, there's pulling, there's AoE size, there's cooldowns, right? There's the comfort of the class, and then, of course, there's the damage as well. And all of these factors, every classes have different, like a lot of variability in those factors. So unless you homogenize all of them and make them all the same, you're never going to balance PvE from the class side of things. So Perlbis said, bet, you guys want balance? Okay, we cooked up a way to do it. We're going to make tower spots where there's a lot less pulling and a lot less movement. And we're going to AP cap all the spots. So these classes that do have an advantage, they hit that ceiling. They may be able to go to that spot and grind there earlier or grind there more comfortable, but they hit that ceiling a little bit earlier, right? And yeah, now look at where we're at, right? Now everybody's against it. Now everybody's like, bring back the old grind spots. Fuck the AP caps. They don't realize that people are now begging PA to undo the thing that they've been begging them to do for like the last 5 years, 6 years. Yeah. And unfortunately, Genius, that's unfortunately the nature of the beast, right? They have to In order for a new class to be appealing, it has to be better than old classes. And they keep releasing a new class better than old classes, because if they release a new class and nobody wants to play it, that's just, it looks bad on them, it looks bad on the game. So yeah, it's this constant, okay, everybody, well, we're going to say everybody's at the same spot, but we know that's not true. But for the sake of this argument, right? Everybody's here. Let's release a new class here, then the next class here, and then the next class here. And then, okay, well, these classes are still down here. So let's take a couple months and bump them up to maybe about here. Not quite the top class, but close to it. And then the next class, and then the next class, and then the next class. And then the process has been cycling like every couple of years, right? Where each class is a little bit better than the next, and they do a balance wave, try to bring everybody else back up, then they repeat it over again. It's like a fucking set of stairs we're constantly going up. But honestly, I don't think that that's a terrible thing. I think that's a business strategy that it keeps them in business, right? It keeps new classes exciting because they're powerful, they have new things. I wish that during the down period, right, they would spend more time on the lower classes to bring them up, because I think the bigger problem isn't that they're doing this and then bumping these guys up. It's the fact that only some of the classes get kind of bumped up, and then there's still a bunch of classes that just get forgotten about, like Awaken Maewa, like Suck Velk. I mean, Suck Velk might be getting a little bit better now. Suck Striker. I feel like they need a dedicated team that's always on balance. Just like 2 or 3 guys, right, who their job, always focus on classes. What are people complaining about? Let's always, like every patch, make sure we do a couple of nerfs at the top, nothing big, right? And then a couple buffs at the bottom. So they're constantly, their job is to do this, right? While the people who are making new classes are putting them out, and then the other team is responsible for the balancing part. And shaking up balance, right? I don't think it's a problem when a class is overpowered for a little bit. If it's overpowered for a couple weeks, a month, right? They get their time. It needs to always be shuffling around, right? We should be excited to see the patch notes like, okay, that class is busted today, but maybe it's me next week. Maybe it's next month, right? But it's always shuffling around, keeping things interesting. Some of the most boring times in BDO history is when we had the Suck Wizard meta for almost a fucking year. When we had the Awaken Drac meta for almost a year. These are such boring times of the game because nothing's changing, nothing's being shaken up, and all it does is because of the I want to say stalling. I know there's a better word, but the stagnation of the meta and how it's just staying the same. It just constantly, more and more people start playing that meta. And as more and more people, like when you have 10% of the population playing the busted class, it doesn't feel as bad when you're not playing the busted class because you're still running into the other 90% of the game. But as the meta stays stagnant for a while, all of a sudden that 10% turns into 20%, turns into 30%, turns into 40%. Before you know it, it feels like half the game is playing that. And now it feels really bad to play these average classes or shittier classes because your probability of running into the people who are playing the meta continues to grow and grow and grow because of that stagnation, right? So, yeah, perfect PvP, perfect PvE balance. It's never going to happen. Just make sure it's not stagnant and make sure it stays interesting, right? That's kind of the biggest thing for me. The thing is the bottom rerollers, they don't buy any of that shit. That's the thing, right? With us having the tag system, you don't need weight on your PvP character. You just need it on your PvE character. So they have their set comfy PvE character. They give away so many outfits that most people, let's do a quick little question in chat. Most of you guys, do you have a warehouse in your empire that has a bunch of extra outfits that have been given to you over time? I think most of you, the answer is probably yes, because when a new character comes out, now you can look through your storage and be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll equip one of these on there. Fuck no. I need crons? Shut up. I know you guys have some. Maybe not as many as me. I know you have some. Not you, Cal. That's a lot of crons. I have like one outfit for my wizard. Oh, goddamn. And I bet you there's fucking rips in the bottom of the robe, Ark. And I bet there's a big old fucking brown streak along the back. I have like 20. Okay, see, there's somebody who can relate. The rest of you guys, fucking brokies. Never. What am I doing talking to you guys? Fucking peasants. You guys don't keep any backup outfits just in case you decide to play something new. Someone called Dragor to beat his ass? He ain't beat my ass. He gets a couple, right? And it's going to keep getting worse. The more I practice against Seraph, it's going to keep getting worse for him. But I'm already up. I'm already up. Okay, today's my last day to get this boss, you guys. Well, even okay, so outfit aside, maybe sometimes people buy outfit for their new character. But do you think one person buying one outfit is like the majority of the Pearl Abyss revenue? Definitely not. The rerolls are, I mean, this is obviously speculation, but when you look at, like, we all know who the FODM players are in the game, right? Whether you're on EU, whether you're on NA, whether you're on South America, the people who are constantly FODM rerolling, we know who they are. Like, think about it. How often are they really rerolling? How often? Just think about this objectively, right? We've seen such stagnation in terms of meta where it's like 6 months at a time where it's just one class that. So like if these FODM players are rerolling maybe once every 3 months, once every 6 months, once a year, and buying one costume for that, is that really that's not even a drop in the bucket for Pearl Abyss in terms of revenue, right? And they don't need to buy weight because they're not grinding on those characters. They go back to their grind ult. So like people rerolling for meta PvP is really a drop in the bucket for Pearl Abyss's revenue compared to the people who swipe for progression. That's where the money's at, and that's completely oh, I thought I had another train of thought. I think we are entering a bigger issue right now that with everything being time gated, the people who are hyper whales, right, who are going crazy for progression, they have no reason to click anymore. I was having a conversation with Kanjara, and he grinds and whales, but he's like, I have no reason to swipe at all. He's like, I like swiping. He's like, I like being able to accelerate my progression and get some upgrades, but he's like, everything's time gated. I have absolutely no reason to spend any money on this game now. And I think that is going to continue to grow as they lean more and more into time gated content. And it's going to start to affect their revenue, right? Thanks for fixing pay to win. And yeah, that too, Rylock, right? There's a ton of guilds out there who don't even do uncapped content. So, like, where's the motivation to swipe? It's like I gotta turn up my ringer on my phone. Just in case I get a phone call today. So, this is going to create a problem for Pearl Abyss, and I'm curious how they're going to address it. Because there's really only two ways they address it. They either realize that time gates is bad for their monetization strategy, or they keep the time. I guess maybe there's three ways. But they get rid of either they realize time gates are bad for their monetization strategy and start to move away from time gates in the future, which I think is extremely unlikely. Or they add a cash up item that allows you to extend or accelerate your time gates. They add an item to the shop that lets you reset your weeklies, and you could buy that for like $10 every week. So it ends up becoming like a subscription, so you can progress twice as fast. I think that's likely, considering more and more how Pearl Abyss has been getting more and more aggressive with their monetization. I think that's a real reality. I think there is a high likelihood that they eventually do that. Or, lastly, and I think this is what we would enjoy the most, is they get rid of time gates completely. I mean, I guess the time gates are completely irrelevant to this strategy. They could do it with or without time gates. But they lean into monetizing through cosmetics, which we all want. We all want. Stop monetizing through progression. Let people dump money into their character to make it look like a fucking demigod. Nobody cares if somebody drops $10,000 but looks super fucking cool. And I run around looking like a peasant because I don't want to spend any money. Wrong. I love time gates because it allows me to play other games. And that's great at the individual level, right? But when you think about it, that is so bad for a game that people are excited about your game because it allows them to play other games. That sounds like a dangerous road to, like, you want people to stay in your game because if people keep fucking around with other games, they're eventually going to find one that they get hooked on, right? And then all of a sudden they quit your game. Think of it as like it's almost like an open relationship. And you let your significant other go and fuck around with other people, right? You do that, that's a dangerous game because before you know it, they might like one of those other people more than you. And all of a sudden, you're cut off. You're now one of the other people, right? That's what you're effectively doing by creating this environment where people want to go and play other games because they're like, oh, well, there's nothing left for me to do in this game this week. I'm going to go fuck around with something else, right? And that's the thing, though, Rylock, is we all know those people aren't touching grass. They're just going to another game. They're still not touching the grass. Oh, I hate grass, yeah. But yeah, what you said there, Ark, is so true as well, right? The fact that it's like they only want people to grind for progression is terrible for an MMO. Like when they first teased how they were going to change the alchemy stone system, how it was going to cost like 10 trillion silver, like it was just going to be this enormous amount of silver for clicks every week. I was excited because I actually enjoy grinding. I'm very fortunate that the best way to make silver in BDO is the thing that I enjoy doing. So when I see an obscure, like an absolute monumental mountain like that to overcome, I get excited, right? Because I can do the thing I enjoy to overcome that mountain. Now, I understand why other people are upset because there's a ton of people who don't enjoy grinding the way I do. They want to enjoy the games through PvP. They want to do that all day. Maybe they just want a life skill. Maybe they want to do sailing. Maybe they want to do bartering. Maybe they want to just be like a professional gatherer, right? And all of these other activities just pale in comparison. And I think that's what Pearl Abyss needs to focus on. When they see people getting upset about that mountain to overcome, they should ask, why is it that some people, a select few, enjoy it, but a ton don't? It's like, well, maybe the road that the other people are forced to take there isn't the road that they want to take there. Maybe make it so if you want a PvP all day for money, you can do that. And it's decent money, right? They're obviously never going to get it perfect. It's not perfect from grind spot to grind spot. It's not going to be perfect from activity to activity. But it can be way better than it is now, right? And if people could sit down and just PvP for 8 hours straight and make a reasonable amount of silver, then that mountain to climb wouldn't feel like a mountain because they're enjoying the activity that gets them there, right? It's no longer a destination, it just happens to be part of the journey. So I think they need to, that is a huge area where when they showed that mountain, it kind of exposed, it should have exposed to them that, hey, there's a ton of people in this game that don't enjoy being forced just to grind to make money. Maybe we should improve these other things so this way they can choose their own road over that mountain. Like, imagine if you could only PvP for progression. Not only PvP. If you could PvP for progression and it was relatively similar for grinding. There are so many BA rats, RBF rats, just people who play this game exclusively for the PvP that have quit the game over the years. And so many of them probably, I mean, it's hard to say, right? There's obviously external factors that might have caused them to quit. But there is a significantly higher probability that they would have never quit and they would still be playing today. Yeah. And we kind of had that arc back in the day when Arsha felt more meaningful, right? Because it was like an arms race. The top guilds, and obviously this is speaking from the perspective of somebody who's been in top guilds, right? But it created this environment amongst the top guilds where it was an arms race. Guilds were trying to get a one up on each other in terms of gear so they could get the advantage over their enemies. And they would fight over Arsha for that advantage, right? These days, nobody gives a fuck about Arsha. We have so many buffs and stuff, and PvP has been so hindered, and it feels so unenjoyable because, like, when you are out there grinding, right? Even let's assume for a second that Arsha was made to be just as profitable as it was in the past, like comparatively. People still would not enjoy it because the polarity between your PvE and your PvP setup is so massive that sure, you could go on Arsha and sure, maybe it would be really worth it, but you would have your enemy guilds just ganking you in their PvP set while you're in your PvE set, right? And until they address that issue, I don't think PvP, open world PvP, can ever come back. Until they address the polarity between your PvE and PvP setup. Yeah. The channels and the lower swap cooldowns too, right? Now, just like you said, right? I have a rotation here. There's how many rotations here at Star's End? Like 5 or 6. I could swap to this channel. And, I mean, and you also have your guild channels on top of that, right? So you can go to a channel, check all the spots, swap to your next guild channel, check all the spots, swap to the next one, check all the spots, then go to a new channel, check all the spots. And in the time it takes you to check all the spots, your channel cooldown is almost done already. And the probability of you finding a spot during that time is huge. And even if you don't, you can go to Marnie for an hour and then do it over again, right? So, yeah, there's not enough restraints to cause friction. Which I know there's going to be a lot of people out there who don't want any PvP at all, who think that's great. And you know what? For them, it is great. But I think, and I can only speak from my experiences, all of the hours that I've spent grinding at spots just fade away. The things that I remember, that I hold dear to my experience in BDO over the years, is the time where that friction caused sparks, which caused a fire, which caused guilds to go at each other. That drama would then extend into Node War and Siege, and all of a sudden you'd be doing this cat and mouse game where you're trying to gank each other while you're grinding. You're trying to gank each other's guild bosses. You're trying to, and like that's what creates memorable moments, because all of a sudden now you're like, oh, yo, everybody get in Discord. We're gonna go hit them at this spot or whatnot, right? Or we're gonna go get some allies and we're gonna go get them out of their castle. Like that creates so many more memorable moments. Now it's just like there's no friction. Now it's just like do your circles. That's it. And it just doesn't create memorable moments. Sure, it's more relaxed, but it doesn't create memorable moments. Get them while they're horse training. I had a clip. I wonder if I still have it. I might have deleted it. There was a time where I was, maybe it's on my external hard drive. Let me install it in. So I woke up that morning and I sat down on the PC. I was still horse training because I was still trying to get my T9 horses and shit, right? And I came down to the PC and I sat down, and my character's running through Velia, and there's a person in a ghillie following me, and there's pings going off, right? So I know they're a war target. So I wait until I get out and I see them, right? I see them following me, and they're like trying to, I think they were trying to body block me so then the mobs would come and kill my horse. And I quickly jumped off and flared them, and they tried to beeline it out of there so fast, but I got their name. I wonder if I could find that clip. I know I saved it, but I might have deleted it at one point because it's so old now. No. Yeah, it might be actually gone. I just checked the folder I would have kept it in. Oh, maybe this folder? No. Okay, 1 second. I got one more spot I might have it at. Yeah. It actually might be in here. Wait, why is it saying not sub? Huh? Would have been a couple years ago. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have it. Anyways, it was funny. And now GG, yeah. Oh, I should restart my client. Tell you what, I want to PvP my fucking neighbors across the street from me right now. I am so frustrated with them. Holy fuck. I'm gonna give you guys a little drawing. So this is the road, right? And then okay, this is the houses across the street. right? And then these are our houses across our street. And there is also another pathway. Oh, I should have drawn it back here, right? And then there's a road this way and a road this way through that house. Anyways, so they have, this is, you know what, maybe I should have done a different color for this one. But this is the main street this way. And you know what, maybe I'll show the difference. This is the primary road, right? This up here is just a is a lane, right? And this is where their driveways are. They have access to their driveways through the back of their property. Trying to think of a different color to use for driveways. We'll just use white, right? So this is where they're, no, wrong tool. Right? They have all of their driveways in the back of their property to their houses. Where our driveways are on the front of our property on this side of the street. Right? Some of these driveways are way bigger than they actually are. Anyways, these motherfuckers, all of these motherfuckers at the top here, in the wintertime, instead of shoveling their own fucking driveways, they then park on the street instead because they don't want to shovel their driveways. And you know what that fucking does? When the snowplow comes down the road, the snowplow thinks it's doing all those cars a favor, and instead of plowing the snow to where nobody parks and there is no area where it's necessary for them to be, the snowplow then pushes it all into our fucking driveways. Because these fucking losers are too lazy to shovel their own driveways. They park on the street and everything gets pushed into our driveways. So I had to shovel half a fucking giant 8-foot snowbank that got pushed into my driveway because there was a vehicle parked directly across from me, and the snowplow decided to cut basically half of my snowbank down and push it into my driveway. I was so fucking pissed this morning. I was so pissed. Shovel the snow. I am so fucking tempted. But obviously, I'm going to be the one that gets in trouble. If there's any damage to their vehicle, then I'm going to have to pay for it. But it has just created this environment that makes me legit. I just fucking want to move. I wish the snowplow would just push it all into their vehicles, and when they got up in the morning, they would have to shovel out their cars. How many days a year was snow up there in Canada? Fucking every. We have winter, 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 construction, and then winter again. Those are our seasons. It fucking pisses me off. Whoa, man. You're like in space, man. Yeah, there's space in your head. It's fucking spacious in here. It is so frustrating. It is so frustrating what I have to deal with every fucking winter because these fucking lazy losers across the street from me. I wish there was something the city could do. If I wish I could call and complain, and like, what are they gonna do? It's one of those things that I want to move. I like my house, but that one thing, having to deal with that every winter, makes me want to move. I legit, I am not shitting you, had to shovel a ton of snow. I would be surprised if it wasn't 2,000 pounds of snow I had to move this morning. We're talking an 8-foot snowbank. Half of it got shoved across my whole driveway. I had like 4 feet of fucking snow pressed all the way across my driveway. And it's hard, icy shit too. I had to go out there with my metal fucking shovel Just park your car like them, easy. It still happens though. It doesn't matter if it's their car there or my car there. The snow will still get shoveled into my driveway. Unless you're saying I just stopped using my own driveway. Fuck, maybe I should. Got a bobcat? Well, that's what I told my wife. I said if we had a bigger driveway, should get a fucking truck, attach a snowplow to it, and back into my driveway. And then when we get plowed in, I just and push it straight back across the street. Just right when I pull out of my driveway, push it right fucking back. Park in their driveway. Their driveway is not shoveled though. That's the whole reason they're on the road, right? They don't want to shovel their fucking driveway in the back of their property, so they park on the street because they know the plow is just going to push everything to our side, and then they have a completely open spot on the front of the street. Instead of them having to shovel their whole driveway in the back, they now just have to shovel a walkway to the street. Because they're lazy fucking twats. And now the problem that they're avoiding becomes my problem. Can't you rent a small plow? Am I supposed to do that every time it snows? We've picked up 80 centimeters of snow in the last week. I have no property. Like my property's not big enough to be keeping that. I don't even have enough room really for 2 vehicles in my driveway. My driveway isn't huge. Can you call the police to ticket them for parking on the street? No, I mean you're allowed to park on the street. You can't ticket somebody for not parking it in their own driveway. But yes, I do agree. They should do that. They should say that there's no parking on that street to begin. Period. You're not allowed to have parking on our side of the street because everybody's got a driveway, but they allow parking on the other side of the street. Because you're the rich one in the neighborhood? I fucking wish I was rich. You kidding me? Holy. If I'm rich, I don't even want to know what fucking poverty is. I am far from rich. Nikki. Your message, why can't I be left alone? You do realize if you want to be left alone, you are in the wrong business. Streaming, the whole purpose of streaming is to not be left alone. If you're left alone, you're unsuccessful as a streamer. I'm saying, yes, if you are getting attention and people are wanting to participate with you and your stream, you are succeeding. That is a road to success. Now, how you handle that will determine if it's fame or infamy. That's the road you got to choose from here. But both are roads to the same spot. Just one, you got to deal with, potentially a lot more bullshit. There are a lot of people in a lot of communities who them getting fucked with is what caused them to blow up. Joe Never Fails was a fucking nobody until Milkbag and those guys were constantly fucking with him. And before you knew it, people were going in the stream just to chill. Even though they didn't like Joe, they were going in there and watching him get fucked with because that's what they enjoyed. I'm just going to start banning everybody. You know what? Why the fuck can't I be left alone? Today's the day, chat. Today's our last day to get the rare boss. If we don't get it today, we are probably never ever coming back to this spot unless they buff it. Or unless Zethiann turns out to be absolute hot dog shit, which looks like is damn near impossible. I said what I said. You probably missed what I said. Let's see. Let's see if I misspoke. If I didn't misspeak, I'm timing you out for making me go back and have to fucking check it. Okay, you're lucky. I did say Zethiann. You're fucking lucky. You did, but I know you're old, so I let it slide. God damn it. I just wanted to fucking be mad. I just wanted to sit there with my finger over the timeout button. And just picture my neighbor's face on it. Fucking click it real hard. Do I ever do events with PA? When the timing is right, yes. Most of the time they do things because they're a West Coast company. They do it at like 3 p.m. my time, noon their time, and that's when I gotta go pick up the kids and drive them around and shit, so... I get invited to a lot of things, but I have to decline a lot of them because I'm sorry, I'm not going to let my kids have to stand outside the school waiting for dad to pick them up so I can, you know, do that shit. But sometimes, every once in a while, one of their events lines up with, you know, maybe the kids have like a PA day or something. Yes, I pre-ordered Crimson Desert months ago. The very first day they opened up the ability to pre-order it. I don't remember when that was. I pre-ordered it that day. Snow, yeah. Probably next. Dealing with snow is so frustrating to me. I don't mind it, but it's just, it's so annoying that I have to shovel 3 times as much snow because the people across the street are too fucking lazy to shovel snow. And it legit makes me want to move. Yeah, another lazy person. Too lazy to deal with their own problems, so they let it become other people's problems. You shouldn't have told me that, because that's a fucking... That shit pisses me off. I don't care what your excuse is, it still pisses me off. Deal with your own fucking problems, don't make it other people's problems. Well, if you lived in an apartment, then you were paying for it, and it was the apartment's responsibility to shovel their own walkways and shit. That's different. Now, if you had a rental property, like a house or something, and it was your responsibility, and you put that shit on your neighbors, then fuck you, ban you from my chat right now. That shit pisses me off. Fucking lazy people who just put their problems on other people. That shit pisses me off to no fucking end. Yeah, we got hammered here. We got hammered. We got like 60 centimeters of snow in 36 hours. That's about 2 feet of snow, you guys. And then we got about another foot of snow. Nearly, probably a bit under, probably more like 10 inches of snow. Just in the last 24 hours. Luckily, though, it was light snow. It wasn't wet snow, so it was pretty easy to shovel, considering how much of it there was. If you think you contribute in any meaningful way to the white hairs on my face, you are not even a drop in the bucket compared to some of the people in this chat, Nikki. You haven't been hanging around here enough if you think that you contribute to that at all. Yeah, I said you ain't shit. It's 17 degrees Celsius here. It's freezing. Some of my bush died this winter because it dropped down almost. Oh, John. See, that shit pisses me off. That's what I need to do. I need to move to Thailand. I don't think they get snow there. And then live like a king. I think I just have to deal with fucking... God, what's that season called? Monsoon? No. What's a season where they're basically knee-deep in fucking water? Oh, it is monsoon, okay. Canadian will burn in the sun in Thailand? Probably. That's the thing, though, is I don't plan on going into the sun. I just fucking sit in my house and have everything delivered to me because everything's so cheap. Thought you said you would have to deal with the lady boys? Hey. I think they would have to deal with me. Let's see. What's the cost of living in Thailand? Okay. Comfortable is $1,000 to $2,000 a month, US dollars. Although budget options exist and you could be under $1,000 a month. Jesus fuck. Thanks, Blossom. Yeah. Strat would become one of the lady boys. He'd blend right in and see him on the street. His fucking skirt pulled up. About 3-4 inches above his knee. He'd have a sign he'd be holding up. Money maneuvers. Or maybe you just get it tattooed right on the knee. Then he doesn't have to carry a sign around. Strat's smart like that. He's efficient. According to the Big Mac Index, Thailand is roughly 30% cheaper than the US. That actually doesn't seem as much as I thought. I'd actually expect it to be cheaper. What about the Big Mac Index of Canada versus the US? Canada is roughly 6% cheaper? Okay. So maybe it wouldn't be worth completely uprooting everything, moving across the globe. Does that Big Mac Index, though, factor in income? Or is that just cost? Because if it's 6% cheaper, but we make 20% less, then it's a net loss, not a net gain, right? Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Thanks, Germa. Man, I need some food. I'm hangry, you guys. I just realized there's no bosses popped on this channel, or no, yeah, the buffs popped on this channel. Wait, my Egress isn't being used? Oh shit, I didn't use it yesterday. Yo, what's up, Gage? My armor is? See? Nothing there. But you can see on Grimkill's chair, there's like a line right here, just all worn out on the chair. And you could tell it was probably from him wearing the helmet and the helmet rubbing up against it. Yours is below the belt, Kaj. I don't think you need to worry about wearing a chastity belt. Nobody's trying to take your virginity. You're safe. You're safe, brother. Don't worry. Star's End any good? Yeah, it's a pretty solid spot if you use the magical shards properly. Zephyros is still better, but yeah, if you use the magical shards properly, then you can close the gap quite a bit. And I enjoy this spot much more than Zephyros. But today's probably the last day here. I'm going to be going to Underwater tomorrow. Also says the man who never slept with 50 other men in the room. Wait, did somebody take your virginity? Oh no, can't say it ain't so. Oh, my bad. You're right. Kaj is now crocked up and locked up. Kaj makes sure he's sleeping with his ass right up against the wall. That was Paramore. I think it was Misery Business. It's an old ass song now. I think it was like in the early 2000s or something. At any point, if you want to know what song's playing, just type !song. It'll tell you what's currently playing. Sleeping with chainmail pants. Yeah. That's thinking right there. Yo, what's up, Roskindo? People don't know Paramore? Yeah. Hayley Williams. She's a very talented singer. Trep, I'm gonna have to ask you to change your name from Trep X to just Trep IX. Because you got too many lines on your gear. No, I'm just Trep shaming. Yeah, that's right. Respectfully. I love that too, right? When people are like, no offense, but then they hit you with something offensive, like saying no offense all of a sudden nullifies that shit. That shit is so funny to me. You're a big fucking dumbass. Oh, Cadge. Fuck. All these sage names of the fucking sea. All losers. If you think about it, Z isn't that far from C. Yeah, but guess what's between Z and C? X. Because I got the decks and you don't. Yeah, Trep, you used to be a ranger. Those who don't know Trep, he was the original ranger. Yep, I remember Trep. I remember. And then DK came out and you got intoxicated with power and you've been a flavor of the month reroller since. I remember I had a clip back in the day when I was still playing Warrior. I took my weapons off and still beat your ranger. I just grabbed her by her fucking little eyebrows and started punching her in the nose. Been chasing that ever since, yeah. It's so much less effort when you just kill people standing versus having to catch them and combo them. Problem is they made everybody so protected now. There's so many classes you just can't catch with anything but a grab. So they've kind of forced us in this environment where they have to make it so you can trade people down. Yeah. I don't know when Pearl Abyss is going to realize that grabs are not the problem. They have nerfed grabs so many times. The reason why grabs feel more mandatory than ever isn't because grabs are so strong. It's because they keep making everybody more and more protected. That's what makes them feel more and more mandatory. If they stop making everybody so fucking protected, then it won't feel bad not having a grab because you'll be able to catch them with means outside of a grab. What the fuck is that? Is that a code? What does that even say? 33 0010 Thanagol? The snow shoveler's making a lot of sense. But think about it, right? Like, objectively, grabs are the weakest they've ever been, but they feel more mandatory than ever. Grabs used to have a 7-second cooldown. Some of them were fully protected. You didn't have a CC limit, so you could go grab into grab into grab into grab into grab. Right? Like, objectively, grabs are weaker than they have ever been, and it's not even close. But they feel more mandatory now than they did then. So you got to ask yourself, why is that? Why is it that grabs are in every measurement, any way you could possibly measure, weaker, significantly weaker than they used to be, but feel significantly more mandatory? And so you got to ask yourself, wait, what are grabs dealing with, right? Well, grabs deal with a lot of super armors, right? So obviously the fucking problem's there. Duh! Jesus, stop giving everybody so many fucking super armors. Yeah. I've been preaching this for years, Cadge. Years. This isn't something I just come up with. Pearl Abyss, for some reason, is incapable of coming to that conclusion, though. I hear what you're saying, and the problem is you're bringing logic to the issue, yeah. Fuck me, even that logic. Kind of a crutch. Is the code legit? Here, I'll try to use it in a second. I already forgot about it. Okay, let's see. Redeem code. Boom. Successful. Yeah, it's legit. Now let's see what we got. 10 Giovanni scrolls, 10 Florin scrolls, 10 loot scrolls, 3,300 crons. Holy. That's 10 bill they just gave us. What the fuck? Can somebody pin that? Pin that to chat? The code is FU scum. That code ain't working. Yeah. Keep your rod in the water, do your weeklies, and then all the free shit they give you. You barely have to touch this game to progress. I think it's 3,300 crons, 10-year anniversary, maybe something like that. Oh, 10th anniversary goal. Yeah. I was trying to figure out, what is Fanny? It's 10th Annie. That makes so much more sense. I get off work and they tell me HR needs to talk to me in an hour. Oh, dude, when HR wants to talk to you, that is not fucking good. You better start getting that resume ready. Honestly, I'd ask them, should I have a lawyer present? That might be one of those things where you might want to go in there with proper representation so you don't potentially incriminate yourself. Hey, buddy. Turns out, Dukes, the person in your HR department is also a viewer of my stream, and they're also an Asmongold enjoyer, and they actually heard you shit talking Asmongold, so now they're gonna figure out a reason to get you out of there. Did you miss something? Are we not getting a new die? No, why would we be getting a new die? Purple was supposed to be with Sakraya. It wasn't surprising. It shouldn't be surprising that we're not getting a new die. It was surprising that the purple was available at Star's End. No, I don't know why anybody thought blue was Sakraya. They said purple was Sakraya back at the ball, right? It was just surprising that we got purple early. Yeah, it's obviously some funkiness with their engine and how they handle special effects. It seems like they legit just have to design a whole new... Maybe it has to do with how they do particles and shit, I don't know. It's weird though. What artifact set do I use at Star's End? XP. Because I don't need the offensive stats. There's no reason to sweat trying to make 5% more silver an hour, 3% more silver an hour, when everything's time gated. Might as well work on something that isn't time gated, and that's my XP. These undercutting rants. I think everybody's entitled to your opinion, just like you're entitled to your opinion of Asmon. And if you don't like his opinions, don't listen to him. But I think that's a road to censorship by saying because people have an audience, they're not allowed to have an opinion unless they're 100% accurate in those opinions. It's just a completely nonsense train of thought. I would argue that it's up to it's the listener's responsibility to make sure whose opinions, how much weight they're putting in everybody's opinions. You're indirectly saying that, Dukes. You definitely indirectly said that yesterday. You mean Beyonce doesn't know what's best for me? I don't know. Maybe Beyonce does. What's up, Drip? Rod in min game set. Huh? Where will I go next from stars? Underwater. We're getting the new underwater tomorrow. Looks like it's going to be significantly more enjoyable, very similar to the old underwater, which I loved. And I'm hoping the XP is solid. Based off of the drops I've been seeing on like people who are going there and fucking around on Global App, it looks like it has a very high chance of being a higher silver spot than Star's End. I don't know about Zephyros, but we'll see. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Did they make a more comfy way to get there? Yeah. Which I actually prefer they didn't do. I thought what made that spot comfy was how quiet it was, because people just didn't want to put the effort into getting there. So I honestly feel with them adding a way to get there easier, it takes away a bit from Sakurai. Every time they add more and more fast travel too, it just shrinks the world. Makes it feel like less of an adventure. But well, is what it is, I guess. Change it towards I to be attack speed. Well, towards I is still going to be beneficial. You'll still need to... I think there's a fast travel down to Upper Sakurai, but I can't remember actually specifically what it is. But from what I understand, you still need the fragments to get to Lower Sakurai. Let's play some Counter-Strike tonight? No, thank you. I don't have time. What is that item counter? When you're in Marnie's realm, it tracks what you're getting. This is something that I think the community should continue to hound Pearl Abyss about. This is something that was new that they added. And I think with enough pressure, we could get them to add it everywhere. So it's not limited to underwater or Marnie's realm. Yeah, underwater on the brain. Because it's a really cool implementation. Not even just this specifically, right? Like, this is kind of whatever. It's just something nice to look at. But the stats after you're done your grind, you can actually see how many mobs you killed and shit, too. That's, to me, that's a much more interesting stat. Because, like, watching your trash per hour, there's some variability. When you got spots where, you know, if you get a really good luck with bosses or events, your trash can spike. Then it creates this environment where you don't really know how fast people are going because they could have just got lucky, right? Where I really like the stats at the end that show how many mobs killed, because that's a much better indicator of how fast you were actually going. What rip choice is that? Yeah, I mean, It is what it is, right? This isn't something new. They planned on doing this years ago. It's like, I feel like they, for those of you who remember, on Global Lab, we were supposed to have a grind tracker years and years and years ago. And I don't know, it just feels like it was something they put an intern on, and then maybe the intern left or whatever, and they just completely forgot that they had somebody working on it, and they just sat there stagnant forever on Global Lab. Yeah, I don't think that matters though, Pen Vibrator. Stagnant, yeah. Trust me, Dragor, I have zero patience today. I already went over with what I had to deal with this morning. Don't fucking test me. I will make you come back tomorrow. Tread lightly. Did the tag event end? I'm not sure. I don't take shit. It ends tomorrow? No. These days it's so cheap relative to how much you're grinding that unless you're retagging once every day, it's just such an inconsequential amount of silver. In fact, it is so inconsequential now, even without a tag event, that I honestly think they should just make it free. It doesn't providing any meaningful value other than just being annoying to the economy. I think when they originally added the tag system, it made sense to kind of at least make it a meaningful decision to change your tag, and it worked as like a silver sink for the economy. But it's such an inconsequential amount now and serves no purpose. It's just an annoyance now. Yeah. I want less shies in the game, not more. Let's turn them back to life skillers, please and thank you. Get them out of the rest of the game. That's what got us in this situation in the first place, Waffle. They were originally designed just to be life skillers and RP classes. And then everybody was like, no, we want to be able to be useful in PvE or PvP or whatever. And Pearl Abyss was like, fine, okay, we'll turn you into basically a bard. And fucking ended up with this fucking nonsense. Just get rid of it. Just delete the class. And everybody who has it as their main, if you have more time on Shy than any other class in the game, it should just delete your account too. Yeah, that's right. Some might say I have the most informed, the most objective, the most fair takes at all times. True! Holy! I didn't even think about that, Kinjara. Should put you on a list as well. Huh. Only if you're a middle-aged dude with a beard, then it should definitely put you on a list. Make Shy console only class. I think there's a real reality, a real possibility that console and PC gets merged, which I think would be great for both them and us. I am ready to go home tomorrow. I just want the boss today. Please give me the Star's End boss. How long has Star's End been out for? Like a month and a half now? Maybe it's only been a month. But I can't believe I haven't managed to get a single rare boss in that whole time. By the way, if there's any Shy players in chat, I'm obviously kidding. I would rather you guys just become a real class and not have to deal with the nonsense. Dude. Oh. Didn't console just get it on you? A while ago, I mean. Only like 4, maybe 5 months after us? Maybe even less than that, 3, so. The gear difference between console players and PC players isn't as big as people think it is. I'm too lazy to type Dukes, but I'm just going to quickly respond to it here. I think the responsibility is on the listener, not on the speaker. And I think there needs to be better education in school, since social media is such a new thing in terms of like the scope of everything we've been dealing with, right? I think there needs to be proper education on how to responsibly ingest social media. And I think there's too many people out there who put too much weight into whoever their favorite online speaker is, and they just take what they say at face value. And I don't think that should be put on the people who are just voicing their opinions, right? I think that responsibility should be put on the listeners. I think when you try to force that responsibility on the speakers, you walk down this slippery slope of censorship. Wait, they had Knights at the Crimson Desert event, and bro told me to go as hard as I could. God damn. How much is that guy getting paid to get beat the fuck up? He is. Yeah, because even though he's getting hit, right, and the plate is absorbing the blow, that force is still being transferred to that plate of armor and slammed into the person, right? So yeah, he's totally gonna feel that tomorrow. Yeah. Right? That's the main purpose of that plate armor, is to, one, stop any piercing from getting through, or prevent piercing as much as possible. but also when it comes to blunt force to distribute it over a larger area, right? Speaking on pain, oh great, here we go. I gotta take the biggest dump ever. What'd you eat last night? Holy. Too many fucking, classic pizzas. Man probably rolled up a whole goddamn cheese pizza and stuffed it down his hole and didn't chew, just sucked it down. Chili? Oh, I love chili. I actually want, oh man, I want some chili dogs now. I should make, I might have stuff to make chili tonight. I was trying to figure out what I was going to make for dinner. Maybe I'll make chili tonight. I don't have beans, though. I like the beans in there, too. I have, like, everything else. I only have a can of tomato sauce, too. I like using diced tomatoes in it. I like the chunks of tomato in it. Sucking down those chili glizzies? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. What are those, kidney beans? The red ones? Yeah. I love kidney beans. I don't have any of those, though. Okay, get some corn in there for some sweetness. That's why, though, between the beans and the corn and the spices, no wonder why you're ready to fucking spray your wall. Oh, that sounds so good, Waffle. Holy. The biggest thing for me, Dukes, and I think more people need to exercise this critical thinking, is when somebody says something, whether it aligns with how you feel or it doesn't, if it kind of catches you off guard, like, holy shit, then I think it's worth to look into it before you just take what they said at face value. And try your best to search things, not just like, because like these search algorithms, right? Even if somebody does say something and then you're like, oh, I'm going to go look it up. If you type it in a specific way, you just might come up with the exact same sources they had, which maybe only paint half the picture, right? I think it's also important when you're trying to search something to try to search it from the other perspective. Try to phrase your search in a way that could potentially, you know, steelman your opponents. Or not your opponents, but just like the counter point of view or the whatever it is. Because it turns out with most things in this world, there's a lot of nuance, right? So making sure you don't just get stuck in your own little bubble, your own little algorithm that just starts feeding you based on the shit you've been searching and perpetuating the same line of thinking. Try to step outside that. See if you can find opposing angles. And then, you're right, if you have two completely opposing views that come up with completely different data, then you could... It usually helps you understand, okay, well, where are the biases in both these searches then, right? Or these studies. But like I said, I think, you know what? It's obviously a good thing for the speaker to practice that, right? And try to do that, their best to do that. But when you're sitting there all day and people are just, what's your opinion on this? What's your opinion on that? What's your opinion on this? You don't really have time to be fact-checking everything. As long as your sources are somewhat credible and you're willing to, like, when provided with counter sources, willing to adjust your point of view and your opinion, I think it's perfectly fine. But yeah, if you're the type of listener that when you just hear your favorite streamer or person say something and you just take it at face value no matter what, and you walk away with that opinion, I think you're the problem. Not you, the person who does that, right? Or just don't listen to anyone ever. Stay true. So in other words, don't listen to Trap. What he just said, don't listen to it. If you want to listen to him, don't listen to him. So, Jesus and Elon Musk. Oh, shit. Lakiaro Gathering? Shit. Lakiaro Gathering? You buff that and make it good? We might have Morlin back. What am I gonna make for lunch today, chat? I got 5 minutes here on this, and we're gonna go make some food. I have 200 corrupted oils. Yo, thanks, Kenzo. Maybe today's a poached eggs on toast kind of day. Ooh, maybe I tried the eggs with the gochujang. I've never tried that. Somebody said that the other day. Have you just tried eggs with gochujang? Who said that? Was that Orphic? I think it was Orphic. Amatrician? I have no idea what that is. Scrambled? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. If Orphic was here, he suggested that yesterday. We were having a conversation about, like, I said yesterday that gochujang is one of those things that I wish I'd discovered earlier in my life because I like it so damn much. And I think it was him that mentioned, have I ever just tried that shit on eggs? And I was like, no, I don't. I normally put it in, like, sauces and, like, chili, barbecue sauces, I'll put it in my ramen, shit like that, right? And then, yeah, he said, have you ever tried it on your eggs? And I was like, actually, no, I've never just tried that just on my eggs. Now I'm kind of curious what kind of eggs you would put that on. But I'm hungry. It's night cycle. Might as well eat during the night cycle. Less chance of me dying from my yapping. Okay. I'll be back, chat. Oops, I didn't mean to change to this scene. It's also a good part of the base. Yeah, no, that's what I was just saying. I put it in my ramen all the time. I'll just get instant ramen and I'll just put like half a teaspoon of gochujang in the broth and mix it in together, and it just adds like this nice flavor to the ramen. A little bit of heat to it too. I love a little bit of heat. The nice thing about gochujang is it's almost like kind of like sriracha. Like it obviously has a completely different taste profile, but in terms of like levels of spiciness, it's quite nice. I'll be back. Yo, I'm back. Some poached eggs on toast, some bacon. I put a little bit of gochujang on my plate. I'm gonna try it. That's interesting. Very interesting. I am. I am ready to go back. Fun. Hmm. This is alright. I don't think it's anything really to write home about. But if you're looking to add like a little bit of a kick to your eggs, yeah, I don't hate it. Definitely makes your plate look like a crime scene, though. I just need a glass of water, and then we're ready to go, champ. We gotta go outside. Pod down here. Nope. How many other people in chat here have been grinding this spot since it came out and still have not managed to get the rare boss either? It can't be just me. You as well? You haven't seen it yet either, Obo? I got my rare boss in my 3rd hour. But after that, none. Tomorrow's Click Day. Tomorrow's Sakurai Day. Which means tomorrow's probably the day the contractor's gonna get back to me and want to start fucking work. Completely fuck up our Thursday on us. Oh. By the way, Drago, are you there? I saw you ask what happened. I completely forgot to respond. I was finishing my train of thought. I just remember that now. Yeah. Well, it's guaranteed at least 3 bill, plus a ton of other stuff. What classes you think would be good? Anything, really. Whatever you enjoy grinding on, that's going to be your best grinding class. Because this is a video game, it's not a job. Also, they're water mobs, which makes them weak against lightning. So, Awakened Sage is going to be the best. It's only a job if you treat it like a job. I actually get paid to this game, paid to play this game, and it still doesn't feel like a job to me. Because I play it in a way that I enjoy. And when I stop enjoying doing something, I stop doing it. Corsair should have a 5% damage buff? Honestly, they should have a 5% damage nerf. You're hitting water mobs with water? Should be the opposite. You enjoy failing your clicks on Thursday? Shut up. I know where that's going, Kanjara. Shut up right now. I enjoy the anticipation leading up to the click. I do enjoy doing the clicks. I don't enjoy having to wait to do more. Watch me hit another Oct this week? That'd be crazy. The thing is like, I would have to hit both Hex, Sep, and Oct. Not both, all. And then that would actually bring me close to where I should be at if I had gone average the whole time. That would maybe even make me slightly above average. I'd have to do the numbers. I've been tracking all my clicks though, so I know exactly what my luck has been. Yep. In total, I've had, what was it? 5, 11, 23, 33, 39, 49, 56, 86, 87, 107, 112, 121 stones so far. How's the Null grind treating me? I haven't been doing it at all ever since they announced Sakraya. I would like to get the rare boss here at Star's End before I never come back to this spot, because there's a high likelihood that I never come back here after today. Today might be our last day ever at Star's End. Well, I shouldn't say ever, but for the foreseeable future. Should you go try it out? No, I don't need to. There's plenty of people who put out videos and stuff. It's basically the same as old Sakraya. Then you take a look at the drop rates and what drops there. It's looking very plausible. It's better money than Star's End, and you know, it stays true to the old feel of Sakraya. Almost said Star's End again. Almost made the same mistake as earlier. You will do one last hour at current Sakraya. From what I understand, Moxito, the portal room is actually still the old Sakraya mobs after the changes. Maybe they did that because that's where you zone in. They don't want people to zone in and die to mobs or something. I don't know. Or I guess that's one of the areas where you zone in. If I'm not mistaken, there's another one too. You aren't getting shit, Nikki. You're still out there at grass beetles. You worry about your grass beetles before you start thinking of endgame grind spots. Yeah, no, it does look exciting, Moxito. I'm actually really happy that they didn't decide to over-tamper with the spot. It seems like they kept it mostly the same, and then just added some fun stuff that can happen with the towers. Which, I am a little disappointed that they didn't add a rare boss spawn there too. I think they should have that at a lot of spots. I think that's a cool thing to have.
Emotional damage!
They should have had a rare mob spawn, and it's a sage, and his name's Boomer of the Ocean. Drops wisdom? Well, we need something realistic. A flannel and a snow shovel? Did you go back in the VOD and listen, Dragor? I actually just, as soon as I finished eating, I was like, Drake, are you still there? I saw your message, but I forgot to respond. Fucking neighbors pissed me off today. I had zero patience. Zero fucking patience. Now that I've eaten, I'm a little happier. I need you to drop me some wisdom. I've dropped lots of wisdom on you, Nikki, and it feels like it's in one ear and ear out the other. That's wisdom, Nikki. I know. Oh my god. I wish Nikki, especially on Discord, right? Especially on Discord, I'll just hear bing, 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 bing. I'm like, oh, fucking Nikki's messaging me again. Jesus fuck. I don't even have to look. Some of your coworkers in relationships? Oh shit. Did you snitch? You know what it sounds like? Let me see if I can guess correctly. Something might have happened between two coworkers, and now they're trying to see if anybody else noticed any potential inappropriate behavior. How did I guess? Right? Basically what they're trying to find out is like, if those two people were in a relationship and at one point, like let's say she was bending over and this other guy came and smacked her in the ass. Like little things like that, right? They're trying to see if anybody else noticed behavior like that that could help validate potential harassment claims that are going on. Or obviously inappropriate comments too. Word around the office, Dukes has a fat cock. You guys remember that old commercial? That fucking sexual harassment commercial? That shit is so funny. Holy. They don't make commercials like they used to. I wonder if I can find it. It was probably just like an SNL skit or something. That shit cracked me up. Okay, where's the full video? Here we go. Oh wait, maybe this isn't it. Or maybe it is. Oh, what is this remix? Oh, get this shit out of here. They're fucking just give me the real video. God damn it. Fucking people with their goddamn remixes. Anyways, if you guys find the original of that video and not that fucking stupid tampered with bullshit that those losers did. Anyways, yeah, that shit cracked me up. I like to think that it was originally a commercial, not just a skit. I like
even though it's wrong, I feel like I feel so much better it being in my memory like that, so I'm gonna refuse to acknowledge that it was anything but. Yeah, I seen that too.
What about the Race Wars one? Oh, that's funny too. Hey, Bill! Oh, shit. Oh. They just don't make TV like they used to. Everybody's so worried about offending somebody that nobody's willing to just fucking make jokes. I think today's going to be a meatloaf day. I think I'm going to try to make some meatloaf in my air fryer. I bet that shit'll be banging. The bot dono walled you? No, sometimes it takes a minute. Sometimes it's like it waits for the song, the current song that's playing to end, and then it'll do it. Sometimes. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. If not, we'll refund you and I'll see what's going on. It shows everything is connected right now. No, I never refund you. Huh. Is there any limit on song requests? I mean, try to keep it similar to what we're listening to. I don't want to start hearing about horse cock or whatever. But there's also nothing over 10 minutes. It'll automatically refuse it, and every individual person can only have up to 3 songs. Okay, no Ram Ranch either. I was trying to think of what that was too. No Ram Ranch either. If the songs you're requesting potentially start fucking with my algorithm, I'm gonna skip it. I can blacklist people too, so they can't use it. Calb's on thin ice. You know what I'm excited for? Duke's challenging Dragor tomorrow. Warriors up huge. I'm really curious how that matchup is going to play out, because Warrior's going to be a lot less catchable after those changes. They lose a bunch of catches, but I'm trying to think of the main ways that he like caught Dragor, and like 9 times out of 10 it's a grab. The other time is like when Dragor does something unprotected, or maybe tries to grab and gets hit by the last hit of Gravedigging. Although, if Dukes brings Warrior, that means Dragor is going to bring Ninja. Right? That's what he said. He said he's only bringing Seraph when Dukes pulls up on Sage. I'm not sure how that matchup changes with Warrior, though. I think a lot of the other catches losing those other catches might be more of an issue. I don't know. You guys think those changes are enough to make Bobo to #1 again? Oh yeah, yeah. Balance strike is one of the best ways. You see those blocks go up in the air, you just do a little backdash and a forward RMB, and yeah, that's kind of a big deal there. That's a great way to catch block jump. I don't think you can go directly from a head chase into a shield charge, though, right? You'll have to do something to move you to main hand. And I feel like if you take that time, if you have to take the time to manually swap, then you lose the window to punish the block jump. Because I don't think they made it if you forward. Yeah. Depends if you sit in it or not. In the block jump? Yeah, I guess so. You could just turn and overwhelm. Well, isn't overwhelm losing its CC too? I'm trying to remember now. I feel like overwhelm is losing its CC and is gaining a forward guard. Oh, was it just Heaven's Cleave? Oh, okay. Well, that's huge then. Overwhelm's such a good catch. And I am remembering correctly, right? Overwhelm's getting a forward guard. Yeah, it doesn't look like it played your song. What the hell? Has it been working? Has the song request been working for anybody else today? I think it has been, right? Yeah, maybe it's not working. Let's can reconnect. Let's try again. Oh yeah, now it's working. Okay, I just had to reconnect it. Any mods in chat able to refund? I wonder if any of the song requests have been going through today. I don't know if anybody's been using the song request, but if somebody could refund the previous one, that'd be great. There's nobody here to do it. I can do it myself. Done? Thank you. I just didn't cheer. Did they make it so you won't cheer if you're doing your 100? I didn't cheer for that Debo, but I was mid 100. When did they do that? Ah. Only I read the patch notes. Tostones? No, I didn't. Tostones? I did not try them. I think we were in a guild together like 8 years ago. What guild were you in? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I was in Black Dragons. Then we would have been in the same guild. I played Warrior back then. Get over here, chest. There it is. You're a tamer? There was a tamer in Black Dragon that I think his name was like Shelled. I don't remember any other tamers in Black Dragons. Love when a box goes full circle on you. Yeah. I'll show you a black dragon. More like a salamander. Makes sense considering you would have had to dig her up. I would never. That's so disrespectful, Dragar. I remember pre-server merch, yeah. Yeah, you're pissed. Dragor is an audio snub. If you think typing that helps you, it doesn't. That shit just proves my point. Since you've decided to mention it twice, Dragor, time for you to look like a fucking idiot. Yes, many modern wireless earbuds are considered a form of in-ear monitor. Boom. Checkmate. What you're arguing is the different uses, but they're still considered a form of them. Fuck you. Thanks, Faffy. Like I was trying to tell you yesterday, Dragor, but your lukewarm IQ missed it. It's like fingers and thumbs. All thumbs are fingers, but not all fingers are thumbs. And you're unable to tell the difference. I'll have you know, too, that was AI. AI is never wrong. Never. How much you want to bet Dragor looks like this guy right now and he's stomping around his room all mad? Yeah, I knew. What was the previous song where the singer sounded like Dio? I don't know, maybe it was Dio. I'm not sure what was playing. I kind of tuned it up. You like my new haircut? Not really new. Been about a month since I've had a haircut. Maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I'm trying to remember when. This is the same do I normally get, though. Huh, very interesting. I tried to ask, I'm just baffled. Just baffled by Dragor's arrogance. So I decided to ask AI about this Dragor guy. And, apparently it had an answer for me. Just 1 second, let's get this up on screen here. It's a lot. It's a lot to ingest. But first things first. The People versus Dragor. A tragedy in perpetual incorrectness. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today we examine a phenomenon rarely seen outside of the comment section and low elo voice chats. A man, a take, and the unshakable confidence to be wrong every single time. Dragor does not lose arguments, he curates defeat. Exhibit A. Exhibit A, the confidence to accuracy ratio. You present evidence, logic, structured reasoning, possibly screenshots. That's me, by the way. Dragor presents, a half-remembered stat from 2017, a YouTube comment he emotionally bonded with, and vibes. The man doesn't argue facts. He argues with the audacity of someone who has never met a fact. Exhibit B. I say, here's the proof. He says, that's not the point. I address the new point. He says, well, that's not what I meant. I clarify what he meant. He says, you twisted my words. At this stage, the goalposts have been moved so many times, they qualify for a frequent flyer promotion. The Dragor debate cycle, Exhibit C. He makes a bold claim, gets countered, doubles down, adds unrelated example, gets countered again, claims moral victory. We just saw that in chat here. Leaves conversation like he just dropped the mic. It's not debating. It's interpretive dance with incorrect conclusions. Exhibit D. Dragor speaks with the tone of a documentary narrator. Unfortunately, the documentary is titled Trust Me Bro, Volume 6. He says things like, everyone knows that. It's obvious. Do your research. Sir, the research has been done. It disagrees with you. The psychological breakdown for science. Dragor doesn't fear being wrong. He fears being correct. To him, an argument isn't about truth. It's about dominance, which explains why he loses the facts. He switches to tone policing or sarcasm. Classic move. The final verdict? Me? I'm structured, coherent, consistent, operating within reality. Dragor, he's confident, loud, chronically detached from evidence, spiritually allergic to accountability. If being wrong were a competitive sport, Dragor would have sponsorships, a jersey, a highlight reel, and a post-game interview explaining how he actually won. Closing statement? You're not just correct. Closing statement? You're not just correct. You're correct with documentation. Dragor isn't debating you. He's speedrunning the Dunning-Kruger experience. Court adjourned. It's crazy that ChatGPT knows so much about you, Dragor. Unbelievable how accurately it captured your essence. Is it worth going into this game when Crimson Desert releases so soon? Crimson Desert isn't an MMO.
Emotional damage.
Typing a journal? I pulled it up in 2 seconds. I just asked ChatGPT, tell me about this Dragor guy, and how come every time we talk, he's wrong? And it just came up with that. I'm just trying to understand what's going on in that head. Apparently ChatGPT knows. I mean, you guys saw it here. I was grinding the whole time. I paused for about 2 seconds. It took me more time to copy and paste all that shit into a fucking image file. Because I had to do it a section and a section and a section. You stand for Dragor here? I think what you mean to say is you kneel for Dragor here. Keep sucking that cock. You bet I do. Damn. Dragor has soldiers. Between Darium and Knight. He's having a whole following. We got the Three Stooges now. Did I just get stunned again? Oh, my villa fell off, I think, yeah. Guess I'm out of villa elixir, or scrolls. Villa. Which one's the villa again? Means I'm probably almost out of the other one too. Oh shit, I only got one left of that one. That's this one, right? Yeah, church. Imagine trying to get validation from Dragor. Yikes. That's a big yikes. What enemy team say? This game is never fun outside of PvP. Maybe dungeon bosses with friends, but you don't need to have fun to enjoy the game. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get that, Kate. There's a new South Park where Randy starts talking with chat. Oh my god, I need to see that. I could just imagine. Is it good? Oh, there's no way it isn't. Yeah, I just don't get how it relates to me though, okay? This feels very random. Some Twitch names make me wonder what if Tasty Kate is actually tasty. Is that what you're wondering? How did I guess? How did I fucking know? Oh my god. Oh shit. And is Duke's even French? Yeah, is he the Duke? The Duke of... Trying to think of what state I could picture Duke's living in. The Duke of Rhode Island? I don't know how many people type the free cash command and are like, free real money? I wanted silver in game. What the hell? Fuck this guy. Thanks for the 3,300 crowns, by the way. You're welcome. They came directly from me. Want to see something weird? I don't know if I've ever seen you type, want to see something weird. And you sent me a lot of weird shit. So the fact that you typed that makes me wonder how fucking weird it is. Look in a mirror? Shut up. That's fucking you. Believe it or not, when you look in the mirror, it's a different experience than when I look in the mirror. Dragor thinks that every time somebody looks in the mirror, they see his reflection. They can't all be gems. They can't all be pearls. Some of them are a little unpolished. Step stool. Is Duke sure? was gonna say, when he's streaming with his cam on, he doesn't strike me as somebody that looks short. Unless he's really fucking with that camera angle. You're under 6 feet? Oh, you're real short. You're tiny. You know what's funny? I'm 6'0", so I legit just have 1 inch. Okay, I don't like the way this is turning. I'll go back to grinding. Might used to be, you're probably shrinking, that's true. Oh, that's a scary thought, fuck. I should have had like a nice little buffer. Maybe I need to get one of those machines where you strap your ankles in and it flips you upside down and you hang there. Let gravity stretch out all my vertebrae. You're right though, with me being like 6 inch, 6 feet on the dot. The yeah, as I get older, as I get older, don't fucking ruin my train of thought, god damn it. My stupid brain. Loot scroll? Shit, I appreciate you. Ugh. Are you saying you want me to be the next Diddy? What do you mean not podcast safe? I mean, there's not really much more context that needs to be add there, is there? Coming Home is a Diddy song. What other context do you need? Also a farter on stream. We're all farters on stream. You guys just happen to hear me that one time. You don't even want to know how many toots I've let go. Jeremy out here pretending like his fucking chair don't stink. Does not. Oh, my bad. You make a good point. Have a nice little streak on Devos. Morning? Yeah, good afternoon. Hope you're having a good day. Another one. The devils are on fire. I like it. Olvium Frontier. Yo, what's up? Ooh. Crazy how quickly we're coming up on that Crimson Desert release. That reminds me, I just got my mortgage statement, my property tax and all that stuff. That was the last thing I needed to file my taxes. I should get all that shit together and bring it to the accountant. Why isn't Janae ever getting banned for those view bots? Because it's more complicated than that. If you just ban any channel that, even if you can prove there's bots in the channel, if you just ban them, the channel, then view bots can become weaponized, right? And people will just view bot their competition to get their channel banned, and you know, this place would end up being just a ghost town. There'd be nobody on the platform because everybody's just getting each other banned. The thing about view botting is you have to prove intent. You have to prove that they willingly know and bot themselves. Yeah. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal, Wubby Chub. The you know, whether it's true or it's not, and you know, everybody, tons of people do have their opinions about it, right? But you know, ultimately, this is something Twitch needs to get a handle on. I think if they ever do manage to fine-tune that system they had that removes bots from the view count, that is the ideal solution, because then you don't have to worry about the system becoming weaponized. And you remove the potential weaponization of the system and the benefit of botting too at the same time, right? But that will be an arms race, right? People, you know, these sites that sell view bots will constantly be trying to improve ways to avoid detection, while Twitch is going to be constantly trying to improve ways to improve detection. And just like anything on the internet, there'll be a back and forth. But yeah, I wouldn't let it get you so bent out of shape. The best thing you could do is, you know, if you see people, you know, conducting themselves in behavior that you don't condone, just don't interact with their channel. And there's no point. What a weird question, Eternal. Lakari played Warrior. I don't know if he ever played anything else. Yo, thanks, Leon. I'm going to avoid the Lakari conversation, though. I hope that whole situation is a weird misunderstanding somehow. But at the same time, if there was nefarious behavior, then I hope it's punished. It's as simple as that. Which class is good PV and good mobility for me as a beginner? I think you should focus on what you feel you will vibe with the most. So, there's a huge catalog of classes to play. Just make sure you find one that you truly feel like you vibe with. Right where you left me? Not for long, fella! Tomorrow I'm going back to underwater. Can't fucking wait. Yeah, it's going to be similar to Star's End and Caphras, or Zephyros, or whatever. Shit, I might even dust off the warrior for it. That'd be really nostalgic. Go back there on warrior and grind? Shit. If only Megu's suck was still Chad. Ugh. What a shitty timeline that was. Thank God it isn't. I remember, and like Awakening Sage wasn't even a bad grinder at the time. My first hour on Suck Megu at Underwater, I was clearing faster than my Awakened Sage. It was so crazy how good Suck Megu was down there. It was unfucking real. Suck Sage release was awful. Suck Sage was awful for the first month it was released. And then they did a collection of bug fixes and buffs at the same time and didn't think for a second how those bug fixes and buffs would snowball with each other. Yeah. And you know what's funny about that laser tag? It shows that there's a system in place. That system, for those of you who weren't aware, Suck Sage when it was released did no damage in Node War and Siege, and it made no sense because you looked at the numbers and you're like, what the fuck? This class should bang. What the hell? And then there was a patch note that week. They didn't change anything else about Suck Sage, but the patch note says, we improved Suck Sage's damage in Node War and Siege. And that next Siege, fucking Suck Sage was just fucking blowing people up. It shows they actually have a modifier, a multiplier, attached to your characters, specifically to adjust Node War and large-scale combat. 1 second. Okay, sorry, I'm back. What's this? Fucking Jumanji. Oh, shit. Yeah. So as I was saying, there's very clearly a stat that they still have hidden from us that allows them to adjust specific classes and how much damage they do in Node War and Siege. That was the evidence of that, because they changed nothing about Sage other than just a patch note saying, we improved Sage's damage in this. They didn't adjust any other numbers anywhere. Not honor abilities, not PvP reduction, not class v class modifiers. There is one other value that's hidden in there that they can use to tweak different classes in large scale and Siege. Did something happen at Sage? No, we're talking about something years ago. We're talking about 4 years ago now. You kidding me? There is a 0% chance I'd put my name behind Cadge's. Oh, man. The ones usually dislike you. Do you even know their names? Probably that Lemuria guy. He's a real problem. Lemuria actually listens? Okay, what about Etsu? Why do you say that? Why are you so certain he hates you? Is he the reason you got banned from Twitch? I called him a bunch of stuff before he was a GM. What did you call him? A stupid doo-doo head? I feel like you're being purposely vague. Friend? Yeah. Was it Tourette's related? Oh. And Cadge? This is exactly why I wouldn't fucking sponsor you if I could. Was Etsu ever... I feel like Etsu's been a GM for just as long as Solera's existed. Or, I mean, a CM. I can't remember if he started as a GM. Yeah, maybe not season 1. It's been so long now. It's hard to get an idea of how long Solera's been around since it's always so fucking random how long a season is and how long the time between seasons are. It was the Musa season. Remember? There was a bunch of classes? Yeah, but Musa was one of the main ones. Yeah, Awakened Warrior, Musa. I don't remember it being Suck Drak. Like, Suck Drak did okay, but... Does the Velia 4 website even work anymore? It'd be interesting. I know the last time I went on there, it didn't work. I'm gonna die to mobs. I know it was disgusting in Node War and Siege, but I don't think, like, it was anything like those other classes in terms of representation. Let's see. NA Season 1. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but, like, all the information for Velia 4 is gone now. You can't even look at previous seasons. No, I know Suck Drak was strong. I just don't remember it doing really well in Solare. Like, I remember it doing okay, but it was still a slower class, and, like, you had fucking Zerkers and Warriors all over the place. That a class like that just gets kind of bullied by them, right? Oh, in the preseason? Maybe. I barely even remember the preseason. Yeah, no, I don't remember that. I remember there being tons of Warriors and Musas the first season. Then season 2 was Suck Megu and Suck Sage, and then at the very end, Suck Meiwa. Because it got the mana drain buff at the end of season 2. And then season 3, it was mostly I think there was still a bit of Suck Sage, and Zerker did well in all these seasons. Suck Meiwa got nerfs like the last 2 weeks. Mana drain finally got addressed. Like, it was either the last 2 weeks or the last month, something around there, where they finally took away the mana drain. No, Season 3 was Awakened Drac. Season 4 was Suck Zerker. Season 5 was, and Awakened Drac, I think, did alright in Season 2. But, yeah, Season 3 was Awakened Drac. Season 4 was Suck Zerker. Season 5 was Deadeye and Awakened Sage. And then Season 6 was the one we just had. This next season's, you know, probably going to be a savior season. We had Season 7? Yeah, I feel like maybe we just had 7. I can't remember if that was... I'm not saying it. I'm not fucking saying it. It definitely wasn't 8. I think we're at most going on to 8. Say what? Savior is like, it's super protected, insane catches, and it's like really good at peeling, really good at catching, but it's also, you know, a lot easier than a lot of classes to peel as well. Yeah. Warrior is definitely going to be very interesting this season. But it seems like Warrior's gonna actually have a fully protected combo now. And they're gonna be 5% faster. Tanky Solaire sucks when you're a class that is extremely dependent on stamina. Because then it just feels like every single match is people pressuring you until you're fucking out of breath. You just gotta cross your fingers and pray your teammates can do something before that stam runs out. I do agree, though, Calb. I do like it better when, you know, it's important for people to follow up on catches and stuff. It's one of those things, because it very quickly swings in one direction or the other. You having tummy troubles or something? I've let you outside like 3 times today. Well, it's like Season 2 when Suck Sage was broken. all the flavor of the month suck sages would bitch and complain about grabs. And everybody could see what they were truly bitching about, right? Suck sage at that point was 100% protected, right? With the 4-second rift chain. And the only way to catch them was a grab. So every single time one of those flavor of the month suck sages complained about grabs, what they're complaining about is that there's a way in the game to catch them. You gotta go outside, buddy? Like, I remember watching Purple Slushy. He was on Suck Sage at that time because it was so busted. And yeah, he would bitch every single day about getting grabbed. It's legit was the only way to ever catch a Suck Sage. So like when you're playing a class like that can only be catched by grabs, and you're bitching about grabs, you're just bitching that you can be caught at that point. Yeah. Yeah, they start trying to combo you and you just instantly stand up. I do think damage is a little too high though, but I think it's super easy for it to swing too far in the other direction. I think there is a sweet spot between what we had and what we have. I think that's part of the reason too why Awakening Sage felt so fucking bullshit the last 2 seasons, was because damage was so high. When you have a class that you can't land hits on, and is extremely difficult to grab, and it can just kill you standing. Yeah, right. I think if the last 2 AOS seasons weren't as tanky as weren't as high damage as they were, and they were a little bit tankier, I don't think people would have complained as much about Awakened Sage. I don't mind that in Uncapped so much, as long as there is a considerable investment to accomplish that Gosu. The fact that it only takes you, like, 36 billion silver worth of stones, which is, like, nothing these days, is obnoxious, right? Now, if it cost trillions of silver, I wouldn't feel so bad about it. That was the main reason why these like super tanky unkillable builds in the past weren't as big of a deal, because you had to be willing to invest a fuckload of silver into an alternate set that is going to serve you no purpose outside of that. So most people were just not willing to do that. You didn't have so many of them doing it, right? But as soon as they made it so much more accessible, you just basically anybody who is completely shit at their class can be useful to the guild by just becoming a decoy, basically, right? They just hop on a class that throws out a ton of CCs, put on 6 DP crystals, run into the ball, and all of a sudden their usefulness to their guild is increased tenfold. Because we all know that they're completely useless when they're actually playing playing with a normal build. Yeah. And it was also that too, Gosu, for sure, right? Both of these stats, both evasion and DR, they snowball the more you get, right? You start taking off, like, every point for point, you're taking the same size piece out of a increasingly smaller pie. So it just gets to the point where you become unkillable when you can stack so much DR or so much evasion, right? And in the past, right, if you did go like Kadri's, Centaur, Sissel, you were kind of a bit of both. You weren't crazy high in one, but you had a lot of both. But people could build to, and I mean, this is also like Suck Sage was obviously busted at the time too. It had like a free accuracy offhand over an Awakening Sage just for existing, on top of having like an extra 30 AP. So it was like the ultimate DP build killer. But yeah, I mean, there's just been problem after problem after problem. This song is way too fucking soft. Get out of here. Yeah. And that's the thing, right, Gosu? Back then, like, evasion builds were strong until you ran into people who actually built to kill the evasion builds. And then you felt like paper. I remember fucking Details coming out and just bop bop, blow me the fuck up with that wizard. Mind you, wizard was busted at the time too, but you build properly, yeah, you would blow up evasion. Evasion had a counter, just most people weren't willing to invest the silver into the encounter to counter evasion, right? And it was understandable why people weren't willing to, because most people wanted to focus on hitting mobs 99% of the time. And building for accuracy was expensive and did nothing for you when it came to grinding, so... Yeah, that's actually not true, though. Because in order for evasion to work and for you to actually be a meaningful problem, you had to have the AP to support the evasion offhand. And in order to do that, you had to actually have the debos equipped, pen debos. Otherwise, you just didn't have the damage. And once you started factoring in the pen debos to make the evasion offhand meaningful, because you had to play a class that had an evasion offhand. But you also had to hit, like, at least, bare minimum, 265 AP with the evasion offhand, which required a ton of investment into the AP variants of the gear. Now, even though we didn't have a real value assigned to debos because they were sold out at max price, but we all know that even though the max price for debos at that time was like, what, 300 bill, they were worth way more than that, because the amount of effort you would have to take to go out and make your pen debos was monumental. So, like, just assigning a silver value to those was completely disingenuous, because we all knew debos were worth way more than the maximum market had them for. And once you did the real calculations, yeah, evasion was just as expensive as the accuracy counterpart. But the primary issue is the expensive parts of the evasion setup were also usable in your PvE setup, where the expensive parts of the accuracy setup did nothing for you in PvE. In fact, it slowed down your PvE. Unless you were grinding Crypt. Crypt was about the only spot in the game where the accuracy meant anything. Yeah. Same with Suck Sage. Suck Sage had such an enormous amount of accuracy and AP and evasion shreds. Awakening Sage was a decent accuracy class, a better than average accuracy class at that time. And the Suck Sage had an accuracy offhand over an Awakened Sage worth of accuracy. I know, Dukes. I want to see Dragor put his money where his mouth is. He does so much yapping about you and AOS. I can't wait. It's either a win-win. Either Dragor fails miserably and we all point and laugh at him, Or Dragor gets to continue to roast you and we all get to sit back with our popcorn and watch. It's gonna be a beautiful outcome either way. Yo, thanks, Munchie. Yeah. At this point, I mean, they're so piss poor at balancing evasion and accuracy. Sorry, not evasion and accuracy, DR and evasion. At this point, I hate to say it, I love build diversity in games. I think it makes for a much more interesting environment, but they are so bad with it that at this point, I'm almost like throwing in the towel, throwing my hands up in the air, just being like, okay, fine, just get fucking rid of accuracy and evasion, and just make everything DR and AP, because you guys are clearly incapable of ever making these two feel similar to each other at the same time. Two-hour Node War is supposed to be back too? Not yet. I mean, like, practically every single PvP update has been delayed. Whether it's Solaire, whether it's the Node War and Siege changes, War of the Roses changes. Like, fucking everything's getting delayed PvP related. Makes me think that maybe there's more on the way. More class changes, I don't know. Maybe there's just gonna be a giant fucking PvP patch and they do it all at once. No, I don't even want to try to imagine that. Pearl Abyss, there's a 0% chance they would implement that, and it would feel good. I think both RBFs we have now is full of a bunch of nonsense. They can't even do those properly. They can't even do fucking team deathmatch or domination properly. There is a 0% chance that they are going to do capture the flag properly. They need to just stop copying and pasting areas of the world too and thinking that that'll be a good RBF. Put some actual planning into the map. Make sure there's symmetry to the map. Make sure there's terrain that's equally beneficial to both sides. And then stop doing these fucking handicaps where, you know, depending on whether your team is up or down, you get extra HP, or depending on whether you own a point, you get a debuff or a buff, or any fucking nonsense like that. Make it so consumables are free in there, so everybody can use them. I would also dramatically improve your profit in there. Have a capped RBF too. All capped content should just use Solaire gear as well. It'd be so much easier for new players to understand if there was only one type of capped content. People just look at their Solaire gear, right? But all the different types of caps and all the different game modes just also create like such a much more difficult balancing situation, because we all know different classes scale differently, right, in different situations, and different AP levels and different DP levels. So you could have a class that's really strong in capped but shit in uncapped. So what do you balance for, right? You buff it in uncapped because it's not doing well and it was already strong in capped and now it's god tier. There's just lots of things PvP-wise they need to work on. Ow, that hurt. Thing is, they'll probably do maybe 1 or 2 more weeks of changes, if we're lucky. Then, once the next Solaire season starts, they'll go directly from Solaire back into Guild League, maybe another Solaire season, and it'll be a year or year and a half later before they touch any PvP again. Then by the time they get back to it, they'll have created a whole bunch of new problems again. It'll just feel like we're just spinning our wheels in the mud like usual. At least I'll have my Sakraya though. Good old trusty Sakraya. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Thanks, Chapo. I might actually do a little bit of grinding off stream tonight. See if I can get the rare boss spawn tonight. Smell something weird. 1 second. No, it was weird. Thought I smelled like a laundry cleaner or something. I was like, what the fuck? I don't know what it is though. He burnt the rice again? Hey, you would burn the rice too if you had a... if you knew what the touch of a woman felt like. I had a very viable reason for burning my rice. I think I'm forgetting something. What is missing from my bar? My brain cells from too much grinding? No, if they were burning, then it would actually smell like burning. This actually smelled like a detergent or something. I don't know what it was. I don't know why I caught a whiff of detergent. Like, it felt really strong. Like, my nose was inside of, like, a laundry detergent bottle or something. I don't know. It's not my shirt. That still smells like shit, so I don't know. It's not that. Maybe I had a stroke, maybe. Usually if you have a stroke, it's burnt toast. That's what they say. Dog fart? Shit. Dog farts smell like soap? Once again, like, it's just weird because it smells like soap. Yeah, I disagree, Ditz. I've gone over that enough, though. I'm tired trying to explain to people how they're trying to hurt themselves more than they're helping themselves, and they don't know it. But people lack impulse control or the ability to look beyond their initial moment. Yeah, underwater is going to drop a fuckload of BMCs. BMCs wouldn't have been nearly as much of a problem if people actually stayed out here at Star's End instead of going back to Zephyros 2. The people that are out grinding Zephyros need magical shards in order to get the most out of their materials. And they're not contributing any magical shards. But people don't realize things like magical shards are... It's always going to be feast or famine. And believe it or not, famine is better for everybody in the long term than feast is. When you're just piling up magical shards because they're min price and you're just piling them up in your storage because you're just getting too many of them. That hurts your income in the long term. Sure, having them sold out and max price hurts you in the short term because you can't make the things you want to make in the short term. But once you do finally make those said things, now all of those magical shards have significantly more value to you. And it allows you to make significantly more money in the long term. But most people just want instant gratification. People don't realize magical shards right now, if you use them properly, are actually worth like 30, 40 million a piece. But yeah, if Underwater ends up being better than Zephyros, there's no doubt in my mind that magical shards will just go back to min price. Because it's looking like it's going to be a really good magical shard spot. So then the real question is, even if magical shards hit min price, will that spot still be good? And if the answer is yes, then everybody will grind there, and magical shards will flood the market and eventually hit min. What's the best value to do with your magical shards right now? That's up for you to figure out. I'm not telling you how I'm making money with them, because having more people in that market means I'm going to make less money. Sorry, I will not share. Basically, anything that uses magical shards is going to be inflated in price right now because it's being bottlenecked by magical shards. So now you just figure out which one is being bottlenecked the hardest, or people aren't paying enough attention to. Yeah? And I hope they delay Solaire indefinitely. How about that, Kelb? Dumb bitch. We could go tit for tat. Don't fuck with me. I'll fuck back. Basically, any item on the central market, right, has a price that, right, when you craft it, any craftable item that you sell on the market, all the individual items used to craft that are your input costs, right? And usually, or sometimes, one of those items, just one specific item out of that whole recipe, is bottlenecked. So, in the case of anything that's being bottlenecked by magical shards, you take the value of the item, if you sell it, the completed item, subtract the input cost of everything but the magical shards. Well, subtract the tax first, then the input cost of everything else except the magical shards, and you'll be left with a remainder cost, right? That's what your value of your magical shards are in that case. So you would then just take whatever is remaining, divide it by how many magical shards it needs, and that'll tell you how much you're effectively extracting out of those magical shards if you use them on that recipe. And if you do that, if you go through different items that use magical shards, you will see that some items your magical shards are effectively 30, 40. I've even heard with some recipes 50 million silver if it's at the right time per magical shard used on that recipe. Everything else is available on the market but the magical shards. So if you're willing to go out and grind your own magical shards and use them on those recipes, you're able to stretch out the value of those magical shards quite tremendously. And the nice thing is too, right, is when you're grinding BMCs, you're not grinding magical shards. So when you melt them down, it's not even a 1-to-1 ratio. You always get more magical shards than the BMCs you grinded up. So you start factoring in all these things, and then you realize these spots where you get BMCs are actually worth a lot more than you think they're worth. Yeah, I think it is about 10% more. That sounds right. Am I going to go back to Arsha since it's a pack-to-pack spot? That's not the reason why I left Arsha. I left Arsha because they give so many drop bonuses now that the Arsha benefit is minuscule. And also, that's not even the primary reason. The primary reason, that was just a secondary. The primary reason is the polarity between your PvE and your PvP setup. I can't be bothered to sit on a channel where I'm at a massive disadvantage while grinding. If they ever figure out a way to, or fix the polarity between your PvE and PvP setup, and I could be fully ready for PvP while grinding, I'll live on Arsha again. But until then, I just can't be bothered. Not only is the system so annoying because of that, but the benefit is practically nothing these days because of how many drop buffs we have. Plus 50% when you're already running around with 270% almost all the time now. Wasn't that supposed to be a thing? No, that was never a thing. The all-in-one presets were like... That's one of the main reasons why people wanted the all-in-one preset, so you could very quickly swap to a PvP setup, but it's still just poorly implemented, right? You're not able to immediately swap on the fly. It's better than it was, but... The thing is, right, one of the things that made Arsha enjoyable is, like take a look at a spot like this, for example, right? Like, let's say somebody came here, I'm grinding the spot, and somebody wanted to take the spot for me because they wanted the benefit of Arsha, and they wanted to take it from me. Well, they would have to run up from node, they would come up, I would be able to grind. As soon as they came back up, we would fight, you know, and then the winner would get to then continue the rotation, while the loser had to rebuff and run back up the stairs and come back out to the spot, right? And... it wasn't either like all one way or the other way, right? You could grind between kills, but with this polarity between a PvE and a PvP setup, which what basically means is now if someone comes out to fight you, you have to swap to your PvP setup, and now all your grinding is stopped until they decide to stop coming. So, which is super, super annoying. I want to be able to continue the rotation while they continue to grind it, while they continue to have to run back from node, or vice versa, right? Shit, maybe I'm getting my ass kicked and I'm the one running back from node. Well, you can just swap artifacts. Just get different artifacts. I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah. DSR's a good spot for that reason, but... I mean, DSR's kind of fallen behind. And it's going to continue to fall behind. They just need to get rid of monster AP, in my opinion. Just get rid of monster AP and just start rebalancing all the grind spots around just AP in general. Or if they don't want to do that, let us have 2 sets of gear equipped at the same time. And when you're hitting a monster or hit by a monster, it uses the PvE setup. If you're hit by a player or hitting a player, it uses the PvP setup. And they're clearly capable of doing that. Right? If you take a look at your abilities, they have a PvP damage reduction, which means that they have a way of knowing when you're hitting a monster and when you're hitting a player. Or being hit by a monster or being hit by a player, because there's also monster damage reduction, right? So they very clearly are capable of differentiating between the two. So just let us have 2 sets, right? Let us hit I, and there's a combat setup and a PvP setup. And one's active always when one's always active for if you get into a fight with players, and one's always active for when you're fighting mobs. But yeah, if I could always be ready for PvP, I'll go back to living on Arsha. That was the thing that made me stop going to Arsha. Ready for scrap? I'm hoping so. Ooh, yoink. I got most of those devils in just the last hour or two. It wasn't an RNG heavy spot in the past. It was very middle of the road. Like half the money you got from that spot back in the day was from the frenzies if you were smart enough and had the foundation set up to actually make the frenzies. This you're confusing it with Star's End. Star's End was the RNG spot. If you had hours where you had no distos, it felt like shit. But Star's End was actually very consistent. That was one of the reasons why I loved it. It felt like an RNG spot if you didn't make the frenzies, because you know then you were completely reliant on the rings. But frenzies were the reason why I grinded there. Selling those fuckers at max price was great. Okay, chat, it is time for me to hit the road. I hope you all have a wonderful day. But I gotta go pick up my daughter from school in about 15 minutes here. Wait, I'm done? Yeah, my weekdays are typically shorter. Friday will be a longer stream. Saturday will be a longer stream. And I will be streaming Sunday again this week. Once again, I might be taking Monday off. I don't know. We'll find out possibly when we get a little bit closer. But tomorrow, you guys, we will be back. We got our armor clicks in the morning. We're going to be going back to Sakraya. Going to feel super nostalgic. I'm excited about that. Let's see. Where do I send you guys today? I might send you guys over to Grimkill. Over the last week, he's raided me multiple times. Cad just booted up and he's doing Node War. Is he? He is too, huh? Yeah, maybe I'll send you guys over. Let's see how fucking the Mr. Kaj, the #1 sage in EU, does in Node War. He's gonna bang, no doubt. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We will be back tomorrow.